Oi, amigo! E aí, Vanildo, tudo bem? Começando mais uma livezinha. Esse aqui, o foco é jogar até zerar. É aquele jogo que eu falei pra você, bem legal. E aí, como você tá? Como foi seu dia hoje? Tudo certo? Eita, galera, tudo bem? E aí, Márcio, tudo bem? E aí, Ericlão, Lucas... Peraí, deixa eu arrumar o áudio aqui. Só um minutinho, galera. E aí, será que agora ficou melhor? E aí, galera? Vão me falando, galera, se tá melhor ou não. E aí, Lucas, tá jogando COD ainda? Ou não? Esse mês tô tentando pegar lendário. Pelo menos um lendáriozinho. Ô, Ericlão, seu lindo, como você está? Eu tô bem, Vanildo, você? Aí sim, Márcio. Bom, galera, vocês conhecem esse jogo já, não? Tá melhor? Ah, então arrasou. Beleza. Galera, só um minuto aqui, tá? E a gente já começa a jogar. Um minutinho. Pronto, galera, eu tô aqui. Voltei já. Deixa eu ver aqui o que vocês estão falando. Bom, então o áudio tá bom agora, né? Então, Lucas, assim, até que eu tô conseguindo, assim, subir. Mas eu ainda tô em Pro, né? Só que o que acontece? Eu tava jogando com uns amigos que estão me ajudando, inclusive Até agradeço, né? Porque toda ajuda é bem-vinda. Só que o ruim é que, assim, eles são níveis muito altos. E aí, o que acontece? Eu caio com os times muito forte. Eu ainda tô me readaptando, porque faz muito tempo que eu não jogava. Beleza. Então, Ivanildo, eu quero voltar a jogar, porque agora lançou umas paradinhas novas lá no jogo. Lançou coisa nova, saiu coisa nova. E assim, os personagens novos estão muito top. Muito top mesmo, estão muito bonitos. Ah, então o Mestre 1 ainda tá tranquilo pra pegar. Eu não, eu tô desde veterano, tô ralando pra caramba. Valeu, Ericlão. Eu tô ralando muito, cara, você não faz ideia. Eu até comprei uma luva pra jogar, porque eu uso 4 dedos, né? Em média 3 a 4 dedos jogando no celular. Aí comprei uma luva pra ver se, tipo, dá uma melhorada, né? Porque o celular vai esquentando, vai ficando... A tela vai ficando suada, né? Vai esquentando e vai ficando com aquele aspecto de suor. E aí fica difícil pra jogar. Aí eu comprei pra ver se eu vou me adaptar, se fica mais confortável e tal. Aí ontem eu joguei uma partida, mas... não sei se é o que eu esperava. Mas também eu fui inventar de mexer na sensibilidade, cara. E agora tá muito esquisito a sensibilidade, mas tá bom, né, gente? Beleza, Ericlão, obrigada, viu? Obrigada mesmo, gente, sério, é muito importante cada um de vocês aqui, eu tô muito feliz que vocês estão voltando aí a ser presente no canal e mesmo sendo outros jogos, vocês estão participando e tal, obrigada demais, viu? Obrigado mesmo, galera, é bem importante, falta só as horas pra monetizar agora. Ah, é verdade, galera. Tem isso também. Pra quem quiser voltar depois no grupo do WhatsApp, tá? Algumas pessoas saíram porque a gente tinha abandonado um pouco, né? Mas a gente voltou. Então, quem quiser, gente, depois eu posso deixar o link aí, beleza? E aí, quem quiser entrar. Ou se preferir, galera, acho que o Telegram, né? O Telegram é uma boa agora, né? Tem bastante gente usando, ou o próprio Discord, a gente volta pro Discord, beleza? E é isso, meu povo. Sim, Lucas, tá muito legal, eu achei a dinâmica do jogo dessa temporada muito top. Eu gostei bastante. Eu só achei um pouquinho complicado pegar o Togusa. Tipo assim, é meio chatinho, mas nada impossível, assim, sabe? Beleza, G, eu vou colocar você então. Então esse jogo aqui eu jogava muito ele no PS Vita. É um jogo assim visualmente muito lindo. Ele saiu pra PC, tem pra PS4, Xbox One e Switch não tem. E tinha no PS Vita também, galera. É um jogo muito fofinho assim, sabe? É bem bonitinho assim visualmente. E o legal é que você pode pegar vários tipos de armas no jogo. A história é tipo assim, houve uma calamidade e aí a maioria dos seres viventes foram eliminados. Esse jogo é de 2011, galera. Foram eliminados, né? E aí o que acontece? Esse menininho, o Kid, que é o nosso personagem que a gente vai jogar, ele tem que tipo visitando outros mundos que tem, né? E coletando alguns recursos para poder restaurar as coisas. E aí nesse meio percurso ele conhece algumas pessoas que também são sobreviventes. Então assim, é bem legal, tipo, durante a gameplay tem umas narrativas. Lembrando que eu não zerei esse jogo, beleza? Então vai ser tudo aqui com vocês. Eu joguei só o comecinho dele no PS Vita. Mas assim, esse jogo é 10. Gente, eu só vou trocar a pilha do controle aqui pra gente não ter problema, beleza? No meio da gameplay. E já volto, meu povo. E tô lendo aqui as coisas que vocês estão falando aqui no YouTube. Lucas. Eu ri agora, Magalu. Fazia tempo, cara, que eu não ouvia isso, sabia? Então, eles estão jogando bastante Genshin. Eles estão me ajudando pra caramba, assim. Pelo menos quando eu tava jogando, eles estavam me dando umas dicas. E agora ela estuda de tarde e ele estuda à noite, né? Então fica mais complicado encontrar os dois. Mas é legal ver que ainda a gente mantém ainda uma amizade. Nossa, nem me fale, cara. Ericlão, eu tô jogando muito, assim. Todo dia no horário de... Não jogando muito de jogar bem, mas de jogar bastante, assim, com frequência, eu digo. No horário de almoço lá no trabalho, né? Eu sempre pego, me sento lá na mesinha, coloco meu fone e começo a jogar pra caramba. Aí tem algumas gameplay que eu consegui fazer lá. Eu acho que eu tô até jogando melhor que antes, viu? Mas enfim, preciso adaptar muita coisa. E aí é isso. Nossa, eu espero ansioso pelo próximo highlight. Não vi ainda, cara. Não vi o vídeo. Eu acho que naquela hora eu tinha colocado o celular pra carregar e aí depois nem lembrei, mas eu vou ver sim. Bom, galera, então, sem mais delongas, bora começar essa obra de arte. Infelizmente, pra nossa tristeza, eu vou colocar legendado, mas assim, não é em português, tá? Infelizmente, né? Meu, olha esses barulhinhos, gente. Esse jogo é uma obra de arte. Gente, espero que vocês gostem demais. Sério. No Switch. Bom, eu vou jogar aqui o modo normal. Esse aqui, galera, é um modo mais pancada. Vamos no modo normal mesmo, beleza? Galera, mais uma vez, muito obrigada a todo mundo que apareceu aí, que deixou o like, que tá assistindo. Tamo junto, galera. Obrigado mesmo.
Now here's a kid whose whole world got all twisted, leaving him stranded on a rock in the sky. He gets up, sets off for the Bastion, where everyone agreed to go in case of trouble.
Então aí, galera, já é tudo destruído já houve a calamidade. E aí só tem a gente tá completamente sozinho. Isso que eu acho massa desse jogo, tipo, você vai andando e as coisas vão construindo, sabe?
Finds his lifelong friend.
Essa primeira arma, galera, machado.
Well, it's a touching reunion.
É que agora tá no começo, mas é bacana sempre destruir as coisas, porque sempre tem algumas coisinhas escondidas. Tem tipo uns cristalzinhos azul que você pega depois. É bem legal. Mas aqui não tem muita coisa pra pegar, então vamos seguir. Meu, muito bonito esse jogo, né? Também acho.
He sees what's left of the rippling waters, Years of work undone in an instant. In the calamity.
Ai, se a gente for pra lateral, a gente cai, tá?
That a survivor? No, ma'am. It's a gas fella, forced out from underground. Kid pops him good. Starts to feel his bruises, though.
Sim, eu achei muito da hora quando eu joguei esse jogo pela primeira vez, gente. Sério, fiquei apaixonada. Na época eu não zerei esse jogo. Não sei porquê, assim. Eu jogava no PS Vita, então. Ó, e é legal que sempre tem uns lugares assim meio que secretinho pra vocês, sabe? Vou sempre ficar de olho.
An old repeater falls out of the sky. Ain't a gift from the gods, but it'll have to do.
Galera, nossa segunda arma já. Essa é bem legal.
Gotta hold her still to spin up the chamber.
Então, pra atirar em inimigos que estão em outras bases também é bom.
Kid's worked up quite a thirst by now, so that fountain looks real inviting. Sometimes you just need a drink. A school of squirts tunnels up around them. Must have fled here from the mines. Kid finds a memento from a girl he knew. Always used to fancy her. It's a wonder the old saloon's still standing. Used to have the nicest view.
Sim, eu acho que assim, pela época que foi lançado esse game, tá insano, cara. Assim, visualmente ainda é muito bonito, né? Pera aí, tá, deixa eu só dar uma olhada aqui. Deu pra entender, você fica em paz. Sim. Sim, é isso mesmo. É lindo mesmo, cara. Sério. Bom, eu não sei porquê, mas tá falando que as pilhas do meu controle está descarregando. Bom, vamos jogar aqui e ver o que dá. Ai, eu acho lindo demais.
He sets foot inside one of Celandia's famous watering holes. Inside's old Rondi, the bartender. The calamity got him before his drinking did. Then Kid finds his trusty shield. Rondi always wanted his ashes scattered here.
Cara, e o legal, eu não sei se vocês repararam, mas, tipo, o carinha tava, tipo, um cinza. E aí, tipo, que ele já não existe mais, né? Ele já foi eliminado.
The security takes him for a petty thief. Special delivery. Gas fellas. Windbags start turning up for last call. More squirts start coming out of the woodwork.
E aí, irmãozão? É lógico que vamos. Eu já tô... Esse jogo aqui eu vou jogar, né? O propósito é zerar ele hoje.
Big old fella pops
E
out
aí,
in front of the kid.
mais tarde eu vou jogar assim. Vou fazer live hoje, a gente pode. Eu tô em Pro 3, você já subiu já ou não?
Kid sees the way to the Bastion
Qualquer
out the
coisa,
window.
se não der pra
It's
jogar
a bit of a
MJ, joga
drop.
BR, né? Você tá jogando BR também, né? Não sou muito fã de BR, mas eu queria pegar o Togusa, cara. Ver se não tem mais nada pra pegar aqui. De férias hoje é ótimo, né? Eu tô de folga hoje, meu amigo. Isso, tipo isso. Eu acho que é tipo algo que só tem na memória do gurizinho, do
He
Kid,
gets a
entendeu?
good look at things on his way down. He lands on top of a breaker's bow, and it ain't broke.
Lucas, eu vi algumas coisas assim também. Meu, parece que tá muito top a próxima temporada, cara. Parece que vai tá
Kid spies a good perch for some target
muito
practice.
da hora, muito da hora.
He knows he should draw the string all the way back. Good news is the emergency defenses still work. Bad news is they're aiming for the kid.
Aquela arma que a gente tava já mudou já. Agora já evoluiu pra esse arma aqui mais potente.
Picks up a few pointers from a dusty old tome.
Então, nossa, eu tava dando uma olhadinha na loja esses dias. Meu, muito personagem bonito. Tem bastante personagem feminina legal. Mas, tipo, tudo roleta e, tipo, eu não tenho sorte. Cara, eu nunca peguei nada bom na roleta, eu juro. Desde quando eu jogo desde que lançou. Sério, eu
Finds the
nunca peguei nada,
distillery
cara.
right next to the arsenal. Tough part of town.
Aí não dá nem vontade de roletar, sabe? E eu achei muito assim, eu gostei da temporada atual, achei bem legal a dinâmica e tal. Só que assim, cara, meu, não tem um
One
personagem
sip of the
bonito
spirits in
na...
that distillery, and the
no
kid will
negócio
feel
lá.
like a new man.
Só a Mokoto que é legal, mas tipo, mais do mesmo também, tem coisas melhores. Ah, Então, cara, eu não sei qual personagem é essa, pra ser sincera com você, amigo, porque Eu fazia muito tempo que eu não jogava, lembra? Mas... Ah, aqui, ó. Aqui a gente pode, tipo... equipar... mais 10 de vida... Mais 10 de hit... Eu acho que a gente vai pro hit. E aí, cara, me desanima um pouco às vezes, porque, tipo...
The arsenal's where the
É
kid
tudo
can make
pago,
the
os
best
personagens
tools for the
bonitos.
job.
Não vou desistir não, mas é ruim que roletar, você tá gastando dinheiro de verdade, entendeu? Então, eu gosto de guardar o dinheiro do passe, porque aí eu só vou renovando o passe, eu não preciso ficar, tipo, comprando o passe todo mês. Gente, não é fofinho esse menininho? Muito bonitinho, né? Cara, eu ainda tenho muito videogame, cara, muito mesmo. Eu ainda tenho o Mega Drive 3, eu tenho o... Tô até olhando aqui pra cima pra ver se eu lembro os nomes, porque olha... Mega Drive 3, eu tenho o Nintendo 64, que foi um presente do Robson, meu amigão. E eu sou um xodó com esse videogame. Eu tenho o Nintendo Wii, tenho o Xbox One, tenho o Xbox Series S, tenho o Nintendo Switch, tenho o PSP, tenho o PSP Go, tenho o Nintendo 3DS, tenho o PS1 e PS2. A maioria eu vendi. Esses são os que eu tenho ainda, tá? Os que eu falei. Mas os antigos eu vendi. Que eu tinha antes. Ó, então antes a gente tinha isso aqui, aí virou... Aqui, galera, a gente tá escolhendo nossas habilidades. Mas eu tô bem tranquila, assim, gente. Eu acho que essa vibe de ficar comprando, assim, já não é mais pra mim. Gente, que isso? Oxi, quase morri.
Birthing like crazy in a couple of corn bins.
Eu só tô com o que realmente eu uso, sabe, assim. E é isso, gente. Acho que tem alguma coisa ali pra pegar. Aham. E tipo assim, se fosse um dinheiro... Então, como eu tava falando, se fosse um dinheiro fácil assim de conseguir no jogo, beleza. Mas não, você tem que colocar dinheiro de verdade. Ou ir arrecadando o dinheiro dos passes, né? Subir sempre lá pra 50 e tal. Aí arrecadando tudo. Ô, gente, eu acho que aquela hora que eu fui trocar a pilha, eu inverti. Peguei a pilha que tava carregada e confundi com as que estavam descarregando. Então, com o equipamento que eu comprei é específico pra fazer do Switch. Na verdade, dá pra fazer de outros videogames também, entendeu? Eu acho que do próprio PS2 eu consigo fazer um... Eu tenho um jeito de fazer também, se eu não me engano. Eu acho que dá, cara. Dá sim. É porque assim, Xbox dá pra fazer direto na Twitch, entendeu? Então não preciso de uma... Ai, como que fala? Esqueci o nome. Eu não preciso de uma tela de captura, entendeu? Meu, tem muito jogo bom do PS2, sério.
That one was Maud, the tutor. Once taught the kid good manners. He never used them, though.
Ai, que susto. Muito jogo bom, cara.
The old ferry barge sends the kid on his way.
Nossa, tem vários que eu zeraria, cara. Vários. Eu acho que eu nunca me desfiz do meu PS2 por isso, sabe? Tem muita coisa, assim... top do PS2. Meu Deus! Os bichos muito chatos, gente. Ah, aqui eu tenho que usar o escudo. Gente, tô relembrando os botões aqui.
Takes a chunk of alloy. The smell of barley and spoiled blueberries fills the air. Scumbags. Kid maybe shouldn't have done what he just did.
Putz, eu caí, velho.
I'm just... scumbag of his last meal. Kid puts him out of his misery.
Gente, vacilei, caí do negócio. Tenho sim. Mano, mas sim, eu tenho... Eu tinha tipo um potinho assim, só de pilha, cara. Juro. E aí eu não usava pilha recarregável, eu sempre usava pilha normal. Porque assim, eu não ficava muito tempo jogando assim no Xbox. Geralmente eu sempre gastei mais tempo jogando no celular, então era tranquilo. Mas, meu... Aí eu comprei agora uma pilha recarregável da Duracell. Nossa, ela dura muito, gente, sério. E aí vem 4 pilhas, então tá tranquilo, né? Aí... É isso, eu não fico gastando mais dinheiro com pilha normal, né? Dura muito mais.
He steals the city's heart. Might as well. Kid has a feeling you're gonna get a move on. The place is starting to fall.
Ai, tô enxergando.
See, that core Kid took was the only thing making this particular rock stay afloat. just keeps running. Somersaulting like crazy. At last, the skyway's in sight. Whisks him where he needs to go.
Pode sim, pode me mandar. Principalmente de aventura, cara. Se tiver, vambora.
Now the kid sees something stranger still. His mind
Nossa,
races.
sim, eu também acho. Ivanildo, pra PS2 foi lançado mais de 4.000 jogos oficiais. Inclusive, o último jogo a ser lançado foi o Pro Evolution Soccer de 2014. Você lembra desse jogo? Eu não sei se você curte futebol. Assim, próprio pra PS2, 4.000, né? Fora o que foi portado, eu acho. Eu já ouvi falar, mas nunca joguei.
Did
Acho que
anybody
você me
else
perguntou
survive?
isso uma vez.
Sure enough, he finds me.
Ah, o senhor.
We talk for a spell. There's a bit of the Bastion's power in that crest, enough to point the way to the cores.
A Mimir foi ótimo.
All I tell him is to set that core of his on the monument there, then watch. I try to let the kid down gently. This is the Bastion, all right, except no one else showed up. And just like that, the Bastion comes alive.
Cara, eu gosto assim de jogar casual, assim, sabe, sozinho e tal.
Kids gotta put
Mas
its
é
power
bem
to good
assim
use.
difícil eu jogar, viu?
Now
Pra
the
ser
Bastion
sincero.
can send them even farther.
Tem que tá
into the
muito
wild
na
unknown.
vibe, assim. Sabe aquele dia que você quer, tipo, sei lá, ouvir uma música e jogar uma partida rápida? É isso. Mas isso se faz com Call of Duty Mobile também. Deixa eu ver aqui. Beleza, aqui, galera, a gente vai, tipo, construindo.
But we can hold our own
A
if
gente
we
vai
have to.
construindo, tipo, como se fosse reconstruir a cidade lá que foi perdida e tal. Então aqui eu reconstruí lugar de armas.
Ain't much kid can't handle with hammer
E aí aos
and
poucos a gente vai
bow.
abrindo tudo e vai reconstruindo o restante aqui nesse espaço.
Kid don't know what's out there waiting for him.
Eu acho que deve ter saído uns 7.000 e pouco sim, viu? Vamos nesse aqui. E aí, galera, vocês estão gostando do jogo?
Now he lands at the intersection
É meio
between
triste,
bad
né, o
and
jogo.
wrong. Ought to be a core down one of these twisted streets. But which one? He heads for the squirt steps. Won't be no field trip this time. Up north is where the gas fella foreman used to live, tending to his flock. He heads for the east side, where windbags used to keep the local forge. place to find the likes of Percy the Snitch. Never much cared for that big wide grin of his. Keeps telling himself he better watch
Eu
his
me
step.
matando, é ótimo. Ah, beleza, Ivanildo, sem problema, fique em paz. Deixa eu só ver um negócio aqui.
No white gas fellas all dress alike. Kids wondering the same thing.
E aí, João, beleza? Sim, muito jogo, cara. Eu joguei muito PS1, cara, por isso que eu não vendo o meu. O meu PS1
And there it
eu não me
is. But it's
desfaço
locked down tight in an alloy
nunca.
cage.
Foi o primeiro videogame que eu tive, assim. Sou apaixonado por ele.
Blustery old foremans keep
Nossa,
his
essa parte é
fellas in
muito
check,
chata, velho.
almost like he's showboating for the crowd. And now there's a new marshal in town. He hears the whole place groan, but it's too
Eu
tough
acho que
to
foi,
fall.
cara, acho que foi. Mais de 11 mil mesmo.
Might as well check the other side streets before leaving this hole.
Deixa eu só voltar ali em cima pra ver o que que era ali.
Inside the forge,
Ah, forja,
he can
forja.
fine-tune those instruments of his. Kid's lifelong friends looking fit to keep on fighting.
Ah, sei lá. Nossa, eu tinha esse jogo. E, mano, foi o jogo que eu mais joguei. Era muito legal. Foi aí que, tipo, me apaixonei assim por jogo retrô, sabia?
He heads for
jogava
the
muito
biggest
lá.
dump in town, Scumbag Alley.
Deixa eu ver se tem mais alguma coisa pra cá.
Some scumbag still feeding off the city's own trash.
Ué?
And there he is, the oldest scumbag of them all, Gershel. The calamity ain't done much for Gershel's sunny disposition. Shame old Gershel can't float like when he was a young fella.
Cara, tinha vários Super Mario antigão lá. Tinha Bomberman, eu e minha mãe zerou vários Bomberman lá. Esse CD que tinha. Tinha uns jogos de Mega Drive também. Putz, eu vi esses dias o nome do jogo, agora eu não lembro de cabeça. Um que é um menininho bem cabeçudinho assim, é muito engraçado, carequinha. E aí, tipo, ele vai, tipo, dando cabeçada assim, mano, é muito engraçado. Eu esqueci o nome. Eu vi esses dias um jogo novo dele que teve. Um mais recente que teve, né, no caso. O que você não sabia? Do PS1? Sério? Você começou a... Ivanildo, você lembra quando você começou a participar aqui do canal? Eu acho que a gente já zerou tudo aqui. Acho que não tem mais nada pra fazer. Eu acho, né? Vambora. Sim, Super Mario Bros. Eu quero muito zerar. Quase zerei já algumas vezes quando eu tinha o Super Nintendo. Mas eu fiz alguma coisa errada, que eu não consegui pegar os blocos lá colorido. Acho que era o... Tem o primeiro que você pega que é bem facinho. Oh, virou nosso amiguinho, ó. E aí eu não sei porquê, mas eu não tinha conseguido. E aí eu tava tentando voltar na fase e não tava conseguindo voltar. Enfim, mas vamos sim, claro.
Kid does it again. Only fair he decides what we build next.
Ah, não, sim, mas você lembra o porquê que você começou a vir pro canal, pra cá? Não foi por causa de COD, né? Eu acho que forja, né?
A lot of things need fixing up in this world, and we can start right here.
Tem que coletar os materiais primeiro. Então, vambora.
Picked up traces of other cores while the kid was out.
Bora, Bomberman é legal. Tava jogando um novo Bomberman com os meus amigos um tempo atrás. Era bem legal. Essa aqui.
The breakers used to come here for target practice. We used to play a little game. See who could bust the most targets in the
Mas a
fewest
gente pega
shots.
outro arco agora.
He's focused, he's armed, and he's off.
Tipo um treinamento.
A perfect shot just happens in a flash. Kid ain't done bad at all.
Eu acho que deve ter sido isso mesmo. Aqui a gente pega depois, se não me engano.
He returns with some of the materials we need. With a good length of meat gut, that bow's like new again.
Ah, eu acho que foi isso mesmo. E você, tá melhor? Já pode voltar pra academia ou ainda não?
In better days, the melting pot was sealed tighter than the skin on a squirt. Of all the plans to survive the calamity, it had to be stab weeds.
Ai! Escorreguei.
If there's a core, he figures it ought to be deeper down. Core's stuck inside one of those fancy cages. Some of the stuff lying around is downright dangerous. No breaking a cage like that, but the kid tries anyway. Gotta find a way to
Sabe o que eu
spring
tava
it.
procurando? Alice pra jogar. Eu acho que eu vou tentar baixar no PS2, né? Porque eu acho que é de PS2 o Alice 1, não é? Lembra que a gente tava falando esses dias?
He throws a switch. Now what could possibly go wrong? Quite a bit, as it turns out. The cage starts lifting from the core ever so slow. All Kid can do is wait. Shipments start falling in.
Esses bichos é muito chato.
Not every squirt born bad. Some spring to the kid's defense. Judging by the movement of the cage, it's gonna take a little while.
Agora os skirts. Squirt, eu acho que é o nome. Tem uns que são nossos amigos agora. Eles ajudam a batalhar.
Scumbags don't take kindly to interlopers. Even some gas fellas take his corner. Birdie popped that beetle foreman. At this rate, maybe 5 more minutes, maybe 30, hard to tell. Squirts get real territorial around the core. Then a shipment of free samples shows up. One thing's for sure, that cage is awful heavy. It's a troublesome scene to be sure. Moments left, and the core goes free. 10, 9, 8, 7, give or take a few seconds. Finally, the core's within reach. And done. He's got it. Just gotta get to the nearest barge. It ain't all bad, as the kid finds some spices from the motherland, tax-free.
Ah, sim, entendi. Isso, é esse. Então, se tiver pra PS2, dá pra fazer. O PS3 eu vendi, então não tenho mais. Ai, gente, quase que eu morri aqui. Então, se tiver, eu vou procurar depois. Aí dá pra fazer alguma coisinha. Tem que fazer.
Ain't no easy way out of
Oxi,
this
eu
mess.
achei que ali dava pra andar. Beleza. Ué, gente, eu não lembro como abre isso aqui. Eu uso o jogo mesmo. Quer dizer, tipo, eu uso o PL só
I still
pra
remember
colocar
the
pro
look on his
YouTube as
face after
lives.
that one.
Quando eu faço direto da Twitch.
Folks voyaged across the boundless sea to found Celandia. It was good living here for a while.
Almocei sim, amigo, e você?
The old world's finished, but the new world's just getting started.
Então, no outro notebook que eu tinha, cara, eu também não consegui usar, você acredita?
Makes
Agora,
time to sample spirits
tranquilinho.
from my personal supply.
Deixa eu ver. Hurt punch. Vou colocar esse aqui, ó.
Where whiskey has no scent, but tastes like a pepper boot heel, it's not for everyone.
Aí sim, amigo. Já tô ficando com um pouquinho de fome. Acho que agora a gente pega tipo uma espadinha que tem.
Windbag Ranch was built for gathering squirt extract and copious supply.
Essas partes aqui que a gente tá fazendo é tipo um treinamento
Ain't
com
nothing
armas
more helpful.
específicas. E é bem legal.
Some folks showed up to make a fast buck with nothing but a knife.
Eu não lembro como que passa pro outro lado.
Place gets awful slick sometimes.
Eu não lembro como que era.
Other folks came to train their throwing arms.
Então, cara, eu não lembro. Ah, eu acho que aqui eu tenho que só matar uma quantidade X de bichinho. Nossa, vacilei, perdi tempo à toa. A gente devia ter destruído os negócios.
Still others use the place to test their finest blades. Gotta finish the job before collecting the pay.
Gente, essa parte é muito chata. Não, não vou resetar não, já tô quase acabando. Gente, cadê esse um? Putz. Caraca, mano, cadê o bicho? E aí, Lucas? Imagina, que isso? Fique em paz. Boa, então a gente pode fazer ele também, né? Pode jogar esse ali, isso aí. Meu, e agora? Eu não lembro. Cara, eu não lembro como que é aqui. As pilhas do meu controle tá tudo doido aqui, gente. Espero que não tenha zoado. Pera aí. Sei lá, mas bugou aqui. Qual? O do Alice 1, você tá falando? Ah, tá. Bom, eu vou tentar procurar no Xbox, então, porque... Mano, pior que eu não sei. Ah, era só isso. Nossa, dava pra arremessar a faca, velho. E eu perdi todo esse tempo aqui. Beleza demais, viu?
Kid comes back from Windbag Ranch smelling good and ripe. Can't be too careful these days.
Galera, acho que a espadinha é muito melhor do que o arco. Como dá pra arremessar também, tá
Kid's
safe.
ready to slice him up and pound him to bits if they get in his way.
Você me mandou ou não? Depois qualquer coisa eu vejo se você... Se tem a capa lá certinho.
Couples used to walk the sundown path. Kid ain't here for pleasure, though.
Opa, peraí que eu vou ver agora. Ah, tá, você me mandou todos, né? Que você acha legal. Ou sabe um jogo bem legal também, que eu até pensei em comprar no Switch pra fazer? O Devil May Cry. Ai, gente, meu professor de inglês é muito engraçado. Oh, legal, esses que você me mandou é a aventura? Então, pensei nesse jogo também, acho... O anime, cara, era muito bom. Eu amei quando eu assisti. Pena que é bem curtinho, né? Não sei se lançou mais coisas agora, mas... O original, antigão, eram poucos episódios.
Somebody gets to the core before the kid. Floor starts giving way under the lightest step. A single panic squirt could bring the whole place down. So could a reckless kid, for that matter. Fragments of the old world
Ai,
rain
péssima
in the
ideia
sky.
aqui. Gente, olha o que eu fiz, a proeza que eu fiz.
Stray valuables are lying everywhere. Kid thinks twice about risking his hide. Quick and
Ai,
careful is the
caí.
only way to go.
Putz, mano, agora lascou.
Well, the path ain't exactly open to visitors no more. Security's all fired up.
Você já viu alguma gameplay desse Alice ou não? Esse eu nunca vi nada, nada.
See, the path was
Eu não sei nem como eu conheci o outro jogo da Alice. Na verdade, eu acho que eu nem conhecia. Eu só fui jogar mesmo, sabe? Tipo, não tinha visto nenhuma gameplay, nada. Putz, caiu. E aí, Felipe, tudo bem?
not so
Ai.
much for noise and tomfoolery.
Beleza. Mas não se preocupa não, depois a gente pode ver, tá bom? Não tem problema não. É que se tem um jogo que eu gostaria de fazer, seria o Alice 1. Será que eu consigo passar? Ai, não consigo. Ah, acho que é só me teletransportar.
One of
deixa eu
them
ver.
bridges
Isso
whips the
mesmo.
kid along.
Gente, eu joguei faz tanto tempo esse jogo, tem coisa que eu nem lembro.
Finds a spyglass,
Ai,
like
me
the ones
joguei.
they'd use to search the stars. Air travel always was an iffy proposition. The calamity changed
Ai,
everything,
apertei o botão pra
even where the wind blows.
coisar a máquina e ficar teletransportado. Tô ficando sem coisa.
He gets the wind knocked
Caraca,
right
o
out of
bicho
him.
me matou. Eita, eu só tenho uma chance. Só tenho uma vidinha.
Well, if we mastered the winds in the old days, we can do it again. But the question is... who else could have taken the core?
Achei que dava pra eu ir lá.
Well, ain't no survivor stole the thing. Scumbag ate it by mistake. Tough break.
Ah, vacilei.
Like the kid, that core ain't coming
Vacilei.
back. Kid's been down the path enough times that it's feeling
Beleza,
real
beijo,
familiar.
Anildo. Obrigado, viu, pelas imagens lá. Tamo junto. Se cuida.
But then... somebody gets to the core before the kid. The floor starts giving way under the lighter's step. A single panic squirt could bring the whole place down. So could a reckless kid, for that matter. Fragments of the old world rain from the sky. Stray valuables are lying everywhere. Kid thinks twice about risking his hide for him, though. Well, the path ain't exactly open to visitors no more. Security's all fired up. See, the path was intended for leisurely strolling and such. Not so much for noise and tomfoolery. Sky bridges link the path together. One of them bridges whips the kid along. Finds a spyglass, like the ones they'd used to search the stars. Air travel always was an iffy proposition. Quick and careful is the only way to go. Calamity changed everything, even where the wind blows. Well, if we mastered the winds in the old days, we can do it again. But the question is... who else could have taken the core? Well, ain't no survivor stole the thing. Scumbag ate it by mistake. Tough break. Unlike the kid, that core ain't coming back. No, they used to ship live munitions down the path. These wires to toss those things are plenty far away. Even gas fellas need some shut-eye from time to time. They get real cranky when you wake them up. In all this toil, Kid keeps coming back to an overwhelming question. Who else could have survived the calamity? So he didn't find the core that time, but that ain't about to stop us. A little Zolwood oil and that blade shines like a light. War machetes are so quick, you gotta keep a good grip on them. Dread rum's brewed from swamp weeds, so its effect is as bold as its flavor. We could always see the stars, we just never could reach them, no matter how high we built. The dead welcome him with open arms. The calamity took everybody after all. Kid sees it plain, frozen faces all around. You don't much care to see him. Not like this. These folks never saw the calamity coming, but someone did. Someone close. Someone who ain't like Mr. Beckley and his kindly wife. There was someone like him. Kid sees him there agape, in the flesh. Gets a snag or two trying to get to him. He ain't about to stop, no matter what. He's got so many questions after all. Just ain't got time for answers. The Thunder brothers didn't make it. They never saw what it was like beyond the walls. Nor did the bird boy. Didn't make it. The Jawsons. They didn't make it. Grady Sr., Grady Jr. They didn't make it. But him, he survived. Kid finds proof enough that man ain't from around here. Just think, without that man, we wouldn't be here right now, would we? The core survives as well. Kid does what he has to do. And then... What do you say to a man who's seen too much? Kid hasn't a clue, but he says this. We have to go. Please. He's a proper gentleman, that man. His name is Zolf. No hiding he's an Ura. Folks like him ain't never been a common sight in Caelondia. He's relieved to see a living face or two. The kid and I introduce ourselves in kind. Both to him and to each other for the first time. We fought the Ura decades ago, but that was then. Things are different between us now. He was born in the Tazzle terminals. The Ura sent him on a mission of peace to our city, and he's lived here ever since. For Zolf, Caelondia was like a second home. He's real worried about his first home, too. Far to the east. We all lost loved ones in the calamity, he says. I don't know how I'm gonna go on without mine. Zolf offers to help me plot the skyways for the kid. At least the calamity hasn't touched the stars, he says. The cores, they remember. That's why this place is coming together. That's why things are gonna be all right. Well, look what we have here. Lost and found. Here, kid takes fragments of the old world and makes them whole again. Tracked down a couple more cores near the edge of the city. Kid ain't had enough of the Breakers' barracks. Takes practice, and a mighty strong bow helps too. No place better than Trapper Shingle for learning to tread light and shoot straight. Trappers had to tread real careful here, else take a nasty fall. They train themselves by clearing out the targets, while not clearing out the floor. Any good trapper knows never to take a step till the time is right. A decent trapper wouldn't walk away empty-handed. To think a rickety place like the Shingle survived, when so little else did. No use praying to the gods these days. No time for it either. Kid says a little prayer anyway. Couldn't hurt, right? Pith Orchard. Place is a dead end in more ways than one. Folks used to make pilgrimage here to pay their respects to Pith, the bull. Well, the gods are long gone now, and the orchard core is long gone too. The gods don't care about trinkets, but the kid ain't no god. Pith stood for something once. Something real. In time, though, the bull stopped being a symbol and started being a decoration. He couldn't even save his loyal subjects. Pith makes a decent scarecrow, at least. Then Pith lights up like a rodeo. Ain't easy punching through his hide. Kid breaks him to bits. Must have been guarding that shrine. So what'll it be? Invoke the gods? Or tell them off? Kid don't need favors from the likes of Pith. Well, if the gods are alive, they must be plenty sore. Kid ain't about to sacrifice himself for the likes of Pith. Popping windbags is hard enough. No need to get the gods involved. Kid ain't found a core, but at least he found Zolf's precious shrine. The gods ain't gonna catch you if you fall. Now we can build a shrine of our own, though I got some alternatives in mind. Zolf doesn't touch the thing. Says the god of commotion is no children's toy. The Ura feared the gods. We turned them into toys, put their faces on our walls. The accused always got a fair shake in Zealandia. Some used to take the bullhead trial. Survive the trial without taking a scratch, you'd walk away a free man. Bullhead trial taught folks three things. First, a good defense is a good offense. Second, you gotta always watch your back. Third, ain't no godlike bull up there gonna save you. The trial pushed many a man to his limits. Folks never made it out of there in one piece. Court is back in session for the kid. Old ritual from when folks believed there was this godlike bull watching over them. Had to make do with nothing but a shield. Some folks wound up taking the coward's way out. The trial pushed many a man to his limits. A lot of folks never made it out of there in one piece. man to his limits. The smarter ones knew when to just step aside and let things go. A lot of folks never made it out of there in one piece. There's only one way to cinder brick fort. The hard way. Sure, the city marshals may be gone, but now the fort's crawling with windbags. The calamity was mercy, normal folks. The windbags ain't so lucky. They've been left to freeze or starve or face the kid. Well, windbags young and old keep fighting for the fort. Wham! Kid's ready for the windbags this time. At least the marshals left the kid a parting gift. Something the windbags just can't handle. Something that'll punch clean through their greasy hides. Windbags ain't much different from normal folks. All they want's a warm place to stay and a decent meal. The calamity drove the windbags topside. A lot of them wound up here in this very fort. business underground like in the old days. Windbags can't use martial supplies, but the kid sure can. As for the windbags, Cinderbrook gave them enough heat and metal to munch on for a while, but the fort ain't theirs by right. So many of those sorry things hold up inside that old fort. Kid's blasting everything in sight with that newfangled musket. Kid's stash of grenades is there for him if things get even worse. Good thing the windbags don't know Kid's fresh out of health tonics. Security's plane gone haywire. Windbags gummed up the works. Kid ain't afraid of getting burned. Trap the kid in the middle of the force parade grounds. Then they bring out Brutus and Glandon and all their scumbag uncles. They got something to give, and only their sorry hides lose. takes down Ludus. Maybe it was Landon. The other big fella soon joins his brother, wherever they are now. The windbags finally get the message. Kid used to dream of getting a marshal's badge, but not like this. The Skyway's a welcome sight after all that. And now ain't nothing left for nobody down at Cinderbrick Fort. Kid shows up just as Ulf's telling me about his own journey to the city. The marshals seem like good men, he says. They treated him with dignity. Zolf brought his antique smoking pipe all the way from the terminals. Seems the only thing the Calamity saved for Zolf was his smoking pipe. Poor kid collapses after just one drag. The past. Only good thing ever come out of the past is history. Catches up with the kid. Hardly had a moment's rest since all this started. Fair to say he's led a hard life, supposing what he says in his sleep ain't no lie. He never knew his old man, but he had his mama to take care of. Frail thing with pure white hair like his. What was I saying? Anyway. Having his mama's hair did the kid no favors while he was growing up, but he learned to hold his own out there. School ain't working out, so the kid signs up for a turn on the rippling walls. Make his mama some money. else don't matter for nothing now. There's something you should know about the kid, but let me take it from the top. Catches up with the kid. Hardly had a moment's rest since all this started. Fair to say he's led a hard life, supposing what he says in his sleep ain't no lie. He never knew his old man, but he had his mama to take care of. Frail thing with pure white hair like his. Having his mama's hair did the kid no favors while he was growing up, but he learned to hold his own out there. School ain't working out, so the kid signs up for a turn on the rippling walls. Make his mama some money. Thanks to folks like the kid, the walls kept Ceylania safe from whatever's out there. The elements, the aura, you name it.
E aí, Galaxy, beleza? Não chegou tarde não, cara. Eu vou zerar esse jogo aqui. Quer dizer, é o intuito, né? Eu tô sofrendo um pouquinho aqui nessa parte, mas vai dar bom. Au.
Once the kid done his time, he hurried on home.
Tô
Turns out
sofrendo
his
um pouquinho
mama's
aqui, cara,
time
mas
was done
não
too.
chegou tarde não. Tinha uma galerinha aqui. Putz. Essa parte aqui tá tensa.
What was I
Morri.
saying? Anyway,
Ah! Essa parte tá punk.
the city had nothing for him. The money he'd been sending home was nowhere to be found either. So what'd the kid do? Why, he went right on back to the walls for another 5 years.
Ah, não creio, meu. Vacilei.
In the history of Ceylondia, nobody's ever volunteered for a second shift on the wall.
Gente, eu morri. Vacilei,
Ever tell you
caí.
how the kid got himself wrapped up in this mess?
Essa
to
parte tá
begin with?
punk.
The past catches up with the kid. Hardly had a moment's rest since all this started. Fair to say he's led a hard life, supposing what he says in his sleep ain't no lie. He never knew his old man, but he had his mama to take care of. Frail thing with pure white hair like his. Having his mama's hair did the kid no favors while he was growing up, but he learned to hold his own out there. School ain't working out, so the kid signs up for a turn on the rippling walls. Make his mama some money. Thanks to folks like the kid, the walls kept Ceylondia safe from whatever's out there. The elements, the Ura, you name it. What was I saying? Anyway. Once the kid done his time, he hurried on home. Turns out his mama's time was done too. The city had nothing for him. The money he'd been sending home was nowhere to be found either. So what'd the kid do? Why, he went right on back to the walls for another 5 years. In the history of Caelandia, nobody's ever volunteered for a second shift on the walls. Out there, kid learned to fend for himself, learn to build, learn to break. In time, the kid earned good standing with the marshals. They trusted him to scout out farther than anybody. The past don't matter for nothing now.
Eita, essa parte tá difícil, galera.
Even since the Ura surrendered to us, the marshals kept a wary eye on him. Kid takes another drag, goes out like a light. The past. Only good thing ever come out of the past is history. Catches up with the kid. Hardly had a moment's rest since all this started. Fair to say he's led a hard life, supposing what he says in his sleep ain't no lie. He never knew his old man, but he had his mama to take care of. Frail thing with pure white hair like his. Having his mama's hair did the kid no favors while he was growing up, but he learned to hold his own out there. School ain't working out, so the kid signs up for a turn on the rippling walls. Make his mama some money. Thanks to folks like the kid, the walls kept Caelandia safe from whatever's out there. The elements, the Ura, you name it. Once the kid done his time, he hurried on home. Turns out his mama's time was done too. The city had nothing for him. The money he'd been sending home was nowhere to be found either. The past don't matter for nothing now. Turns out those old bones still have some spark in them. You want to tune a scrap musket, you start with the barrel. Anything survives a musket shot ought to be quick work for that blade. Third time's a charm, right? Wrong. Ever tell you how the kid got himself wrapped up in this mess to begin with? Catches up with the kid. Hardly had a moment's rest since all this started. Fair to say he's led a hard life. Supposing what he says in his sleep ain't no lie. He never knew his old man, but he had his mama to take care of. Frail thing with pure white hair like his. What was I saying? Anyway. Having his mama's hair did the kid no favors while he was growing up, but he learned to hold his own out there. School ain't working out, so the kid signs up for a turn on the rippling walls. Make his mama some money. Thanks to folks like the kid, the walls kept Ceylania safe from whatever's out there. The elements, the Ura, you name it. Past don't matter for nothing now. There's something you should know about the kid, but let me take it from the top. Up with a kid. Hardly had a moment's rest since all this started. Fair to say he's led a hard life, supposing what he says in his sleep ain't no lie. He never knew his old man, but he had his mama to take care of. Frail thing with pure white hair like his. Having his mama's hair did the kid no favors while he was growing up, but he learned to hold his own out there. School ain't working out, so the kid signs up for a turn on the rippling walls. Thanks to folks like the kid, the walls kept Ceylania safe from whatever's out there. The elements, the Ura, you name it. What was I saying? Anyway. Once the kid done his time, he hurried on home. Turns out his mama's time was done too. The city had nothing for him. The money he'd been sending home was nowhere to be found either. Past don't Kid's ready to get real personal with hammer and musket in hand. Zolf's travels ain't much compared to what the kids had to go through for all this. Behold the Pantheon.
Então, amigo, acabou a pilha do meu controle. Eu acho que tá bugado. E aí ele saiu do jogo, mas entrei de novo já. Essas partes aqui que eu tô fazendo, você viu que eu tava sofrendo, né? Essas partes aqui é tipo treinamento.
Most marshals didn't get far on their first few tries. Had to catch a bunch of those gourds in a single shot.
Que aí, tipo, você vai ganhando os itens pra melhorar a arma, essas coisas. Já conheci esse jogo aqui, amigo?
Funny thing about muskets is they work best up close. They kept on training until they mastered those muskets. Kid takes a little personal time. Just
Porra,
him and his
apertei
favorite
pra
musket.
reiniciar, não era pra reiniciar. Ô, Laia, viu?
Plenty of gourds to go around, even now. Marshals like to fine-tune their muskets to get better results.
É de 2011, cara. É um joguinho legal até, viu? Tava sofrendo aqui, mas pra fazer as missõezinhas.
Marshals did more than just stand around shooting, of course.
Que é essas missões aí que eu tô fazendo, vai dando melhorias pras armas. Vai ficar mais de boa.
Folks who fouled up would do their time here, smashing things to bits. The quicker they worked, the sooner they could go. Folks learned to plant their feet and put their backs into it. Others would plot a course to navigate that sea of junk. A good day's smashing could feed a family for a week.
É de 2011, amigo.
Work in the yard
Ai,
did have its
me
risks.
matei aqui. Ó, já posso pegar até o segundo aqui. Mas é bem bacaninha, viu? É muito fofinho a história, assim. E a jogabilidade é top, é um pouquinho
Ever wanna
difícil.
just
Acho que
smash
dá pra
things for
ver,
a
né? Eu
while?
sofrendo
You
aqui.
know where to go.
Mas é bem legal. Deixa eu ver aqui, acho que aqui, ó, dá pra mudar já.
Ain't never letting go of his old friend with a sturdy grip like that. The marshals learned to pack those shells full of fire.
E aí, Lucas? Obrigado por voltar. Então, amigo, tava sofrendo aqui numa parte aqui do jogo, nossa, e nem era tipo missão mesmo, sabe? Era tipo uma partezinha da história e tal, que você tem que matar uma galerinha.
The
Nossa,
Langston
sofri,
River
cara,
flowed free
sofri.
and wild till
Cê é
the
louco.
calamity drank it all up.
Ô, Lucas, você vai
Maybe all
jogar
that water
hoje?
just
É,
grew
COD?
wings and flew off.
Hoje eu vou fazer COD Eita, live de COD. Eita, olha como a arma ficou mais brava.
Riverbanks
fila.
swarming with windbags.
Agora sim.
They're so bent on finding the core, they hardly notice the kid. Lucky for him, a certain famous ferry barge is still afloat. She sends some squirts crying home as she leaves port. Maybe Nellie knows the way to the core.
Ai,
Maybe she can slip right
nossa, se eu não me
past
engano,
on the
essa
planet on the coast.
tela é difícil também.
Or maybe not. A security skiff pulls up portside. Nellie's just another windbag to those guns. Just then, the windbags notice who she's sailing with. They're pretty steamed about what happened at Cinderbrick. They try to cut her off. They try to slow her down. They try to knock her out.
Não, as moedinhas se foi. Você não tá jogando mais,
Nellie
Rios?
tries harder.
O que pega?
Try as she might, though, she hits a snag. Kid's gotta help her get untangled. Favors for favors. At least she picked a good spot for a break. 'Cause the core's right there.
Ah, se eu quiser trocar. Acho que continua assim.
Then the kid hears an unusual sound, like 100 flapping wings. Peckers.
O que eu tenho que fazer, será?
They've been watching his every move. They had their own eyes on the core. But why? Well, kid ain't got time to think it over just yet. He finds Weepin' Nellie raring to go. Turns out she's got a special surprise.
Aqui essas
when waters
armas
get
agora,
rough.
tipo, virou aliada. Nossa, nem me fale. É, meio ruim é isso, né? Vai chegar um dia que, tipo, COD vai ser complicado mesmo.
She's gonna need a little help with all them peckers.
Ah, é verdade. Você tinha comentado
Traffic things
isso.
think they're king of the roost now. The rest of us only
beleza,
wish we
então.
could fly in times like these. Security skiffs keep on coming, starboard side. They don't seem to care what they shoot, as long as they hit something. Windbags getting even better idea.
Ah, eu caí, mano.
They aim to smash Weepin' Nellie to splinters.
Vixe, vai destruir tudo meu negócio.
Kid boards one of them skiffs like some kind of Sailor Moon privateer. He takes a hard hit, but he ain't finished.
Gente, como que eu morri?
Well, it all proves too much for poor Nellie. She's
Eita.
just gotta make one last stop.
Corra, velho.
With her last breath,
Eita.
Nellie gets the kid to solid ground.
Ixi.
Solid ground in Picker country. They want that core real bad. Might be they want it just as bad as a kid.
Vixe, mano.
Kid shoes them off, knowing they'll be back. Know how many times Kid nearly fell off the barge back there? 9 whole times. Now, listen close. You should remember this next part.
Beleza, beleza, Lucas. Valeu, tamo junto. Obrigada aí pela presença, viu? Um beijo, se cuidem.
Why go to Prosper Bluff?
Aí não esquece, hein? Pelo menos próxima temporada já bora marcar de jogar junto.
Used to take an enterprising man or a plain old fool to venture out that far. The city was the most beautiful place in the world. We all knew that. But on the other hand, some folks just yearn to see the things they're told they can't. And that's why you go to Prosper Bluff, ain't it? There the kid hears something he ain't heard in a long while. How's
Ai,
it go again?
que mula.
Yeah, that's the one. Sorry to interrupt.
I dig my hole, you build a wall. I dig my hole, you build a wall. One day that wall is gonna fall. Don't build that city on a hill. Build that wall up to the sky.
Well, no point explaining what happens next, right? Suffice it to say, kid ain't coming home empty-handed. And besides, it's like the song goes.
Build that wall until it's done.
They'll be here before too long. We darn near celebrated when the kid got back, didn't we? Zolf never thought he'd see a fellow or again. We become fast friends. Calamity has that effect on people. But there was more to be done. There was one last core to find. If only I'd known half the secrets of the Calamity were tucked away in that book, I'd have worked to translate it right away. A scientific journal written in Zolf's native tongue. He learned so much from it. Too much. Most of the Ura never got a taste of Caelondia's fine goods, unless they were born and raised in the city like Zia here. Sure, the world's all gone to pieces farther than the eye can see, but leave it to this gal to point out the amazing view. Girl tried to run away from home one time, but the marshals stopped that, didn't they? So many secrets in there, and she can't even read it. Her father's own journal. Kid's surprised when I tell him there's only one left. I shouldn't have believed it either. The memorial. Here, kid can pay respect to the old world and earn it in kind. The valediction. Just another one of my sketches. Nothing more. Cinder brick stout sure goes down smooth, then stays in your gut like a rock. We track the final core beyond the city to the wilds. The wild unknown. Place can eat a man alive. Place is so raw, even the Calamity couldn't cook it. Not all of it. Know what's better than having a slinger pistol in a fight?
Menino, agora sim.
Kid's faster than a slinger with those guns. Pin cushions ain't the worst of it either. By now, kids got more needles in it than stab weed. Pecker's got the core, like they're building a Bastion of their own. The welcoming committee scrambles to attention. Didn't expect the kid so soon. Kid learns the hard way not to touch those things. They shouldn't have let their guard down.
Aí sim. Nossa, cara, se liga na arma que a gente tem agora. Caraca, duas pistolas, meu.
He digs his way out of the clearing, but the wilds won't let him go without a fight. Wallflowers survived the Calamity. They toughened him up. Best take it real slow when pin cushions are afoot. Slinger Johnson's old outpost is all that's left of him. Don't ever turn your back on a pin cushion. Kid's roused up half the wild by now. And then Kid gets the feeling he's being watched. Not by me, by a lunkhead. And lunkheads ain't fond of two-legged animals.
Vixe. Eita, que bicho é brabo.
Bit him anywhere but the hindquarters, and you only make him mad.
Ai, socorro.
A handful of windbag shipments made it out this far. So many folks lost forever in the
Nossa,
wilds.
mano, o negócio explodiu.
In time, we charted the wild unknown,
Você viu?
but we kept the name.
Agora é só segurar as
Place
balas
is
mesmo.
so raw, even the Calamity couldn't cook it. Not all of it.
Caraca, essa parte tá tenso.
Know what's better than having a slinger pistol in a fight? Having two. Savage things lurking at every turn. Pin cushions ain't the worst of it either. Pecker's got the core, like they're building a bastion of their own. The welcoming committee scrambles to attention. Didn't expect the kid so soon. By now, kid's got more needles in him than a stab weed. They shouldn't have let their guard down. Getting that core was one thing. Getting out's gonna be another. He digs his way out of the clearing, but the wilds won't let him go without a fight. Wallflowers survive the calamity. Best take it real slow when pincushions are afoot. Klinger Johnson's old outpost is all that's left of him.
Eita! Arrasou, Ivanildo.
A handful of windbag shipments made it out this far.
Cara, não. Até que não, viu?
Touch those things.
Agora, ó, a gente arrumou duas armas, cara. Agora tá... A gente tá com duas pistolinhas. Só que tem um bicho ali na frente que eu não entendi como que ganha dele. Ó, tem um bicho aqui na frente.
Kid's faster than a slinger with those guns. Don't ever turn your back on a pincushion.
Tem um bicho aqui que eu não entendi como que mata.
Then kid gets the feeling he's being watched. Not by me, by a lunkhead. And lunkheads ain't fond of
E
two-legged
agora
animals.
lascou-se. Como que ganha desse bicho, gente? Caraca, meu. Vamos ver de novo.
The wilds drag him down.
Então, não é que é muito forte, é porque eu não sei o que eu tenho que fazer pra matar ele. Ah, eu acho que é atirando também. Ah, entendi agora. Aê, boa, 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 boa. É que assim, tem várias armas, né? Eu não tava sabendo qual arma que tira dano dele.
Hardly any signs of the old Jawson camp. Leave it to the kid to make time for stomping swamp weeds. He's anxious to get back.
Pronto.
After all, he's got the final core.
É
His
esse
journey's
mesmo.
over, right? Well, no,
Caraca.
it ain't. Not by a long shot.
Esse jogo é cansativo, cara. Esse jogo eu achei cansativo. Minhas costas estão até travadas.
Kid knows something's up when we ain't there to give a warm welcome. See, Zolf and I were just wrapping up a heated
Esse
discussion.
cara enganou a gente, mano.
Zolf can barely muster the words. The calamity failed, he says. But I will not. And with that, Zolf leaves us here, alone.
Amigo, e você conseguiu fazer tudo o que tinha pra fazer?
Zolf cursed the city, cursed the Bastion, cursed me, said he was going home. When Zolf got through reading that journal, he just snapped. Started smashing up the monument till I tried to stop him. Zolf banged up the monument pretty bad. But there's a way to put it back together. The
O
shards.
cara lá ficou brabo, destruiu tudo.
We're gonna
aqui no
need
negócio.
all of them to nurse the Bastion back to health. The Gravers, the arm of justice, they seem unstoppable.
Gostando eu tô, mas achei bem cansativo. E um pouco difícil também.
Takes a lot of moving pieces to make a dependable sidearm. The city brought the shards to the wilds. Now the kid's gonna bring them back.
Eu
After Zolf's
acho
little
que
episode, kid sets
estamos
off in
chegando no
search of
fim.
shards. First stop, Jawson Bog. You'll get lost in that bog, I told the kid, and I won't be able to guide you back. Well, I let him go. What else could I do? What could any of us do? Zolf put us in a real bind. Hurt the Bastion bad. But the shards can make it better. They're like smaller doses of the core's medicine. Shame the only place to fill that prescription is out here in the wilds. This place is intoxicating.
Ah, que bom que conseguiu, cara.
Don't know where he's gone. Might be gone for good, for all I know. Wherever he is, somewhere I've never been. Somewhere I never want to go. The dead welcome him with open arms.
Sério? Meu, é sério, minhas costas tá doendo, cara.
Kid pops him good. There's no way out.
Nossa, eu morri. Mano, tá vendo como é treta?
You better survive it. No, ma'am. It's a lonesome ghost of a gas fella. What do you say to a kid who's seen too much?
Eu acho que a gente tá no final, gente.
I'm Zolf of
Eu acho.
to make you acquaintance.
Eu jogo... Então, cara,
Now
eu
the
tenho tipo
kid
uma
sees
cadeira
something
aqui.
stranger still.
E aí... E aí é isso, eu fico aqui. Eu tô pensando em pegar uma cadeira gamer, mas ao invés de cadeira mesmo, eu queria tipo uma poltrona, sabe? Algo bem fofinho mesmo.
Lunkheads,
Confortável.
pincushions, pineapples, swamp weeds, ankle gaiters.
Ai, mano. Vixe, mano, eu não posso morrer não.
There is
Fela da mãe.
don't know where he's
Que ódio!
might be gone.
E aí, às vezes, quando tá, tipo, eu tô com dor, alguma coisa assim, eu vou me mexendo na cadeira e eu coloco, tipo, um travesseiro, assim, sabe, atrás, pra ficar bem confortável.
Wherever he is, it's somewhere I've never been. Somewhere I never want to go. The dead welcome him with open arms.
Meu braço tá doendo.
Kid pops him good. That a survivor? No, ma'am. It's a lonesome ghost of a gas fella. What do you say to a kid who's seen too much? I'm Zolf of Ligura. Pleased to make you acquaintance. Now the kid sees something stranger still.
Então, é isso. É isso aí. Uma cadeira desse jeito que você descreveu que eu quero.
Sure enough, he finds peckers, lunkheads, wallflowers, pincushions, pineapples, swamp weeds, ankle gaiters.
Então, mano, mas
Now
como
the
que eu vou
Bastion
passar
sent
daquele
him even
bichinho?
farther into the wild unknown.
Ah, tá, isso aqui já... Meu, só aquele bicho lá que eu não consegui passar, cara. E eu acho que vou ter que matar ele, né? Ué, cadê ele? Nossa, o bicho nem apareceu aqui. Aquele lá que fica pulando.
sets foot inside one of Ceylondia's famous watering holes. He has the nerve to flash the shield he stole. The security's just left the street. Kid succeeds where the calamity failed.
Eu acho que tá no final do game.
Would you look at what he did to poor old Rondi, the bartender?
Eu acho. E eu espero também, porque eu já tô cansada de jogar esse jogo. Mas é muito fofinho, é muito bonitinho. Ai, meu braço tá doendo, gente. Ah não, dá pra aguentar o Ivan. É, porque essa daí parece a primeira fase também. Pera aí, já volto, galera. Galera, voltei. Ah, obrigada, Lucas. Obrigada mesmo, viu? Um beijo pra você. Se cuida. Obrigada aí por aparecer. E, ó, próxima temporada, bora jogar bastante COD, hein? Não me esqueça. Bora lá, então, eu acho que tá quase zerando, hein?
He sees what's left of his lifelong friend.
Oxi. Um clone meu. Eu tô tipo no meu sonho?
His friend. He's come undone too.
Credo.
He sees.
É, ó, eu tô tipo no meu sonho, porque a primeira fase do jogo é essa. Uma cama lá, a criatura deita no chão.
Thought we'd lost him, but he finally comes to. The shard ain't lost either. Not anymore. Now to find a ticket out of this hole. Bootlickers dig their nasty thorns into his heels. Disgusting things. Ever heard of a lung blossom? It's bigger
Eita,
than the
é o
story
primeiro boss
say.
que tem aqui.
The breath
Eita,
of
Brola.
that thing, like a scumbag sprung a leak.
Vixe, gente, não tô nem enxergando o que tá acontecendo.
They say one whiff of lung blossom can make you lose your mind. Well, the kid prunes it down to size somehow. Mother only knows what happened in the bog. Kid never much cared to speak of it. A shard is like a poor man's core, but beggars can't be choosers. That's it. A few more shards like that, and we'll be back in business. A single shard can breathe new life into this place. The shard's got enough juice to spruce up any of these places. A pair of slinger pistols is just the ticket if a hammer's too slow. The city tried to use the shards to stake out the wilds. So much for that plan. Ankle gators used to roam the wilds, and they nested at Rothus Lagoon. Many a tale folks used to scare their children straight originated here. All kinds of beasts what don't know up from down, still lurking about. These beasts, they don't like company. Can't get hasty in a place like this.
Ó, o maluco.
Even the brushers learned to fear this place. They used to think that ankle gators were extinct. Well, they ain't. One of them's been living in the tall grass. They called her Queen Anne. Turns out Queen Anne got a hold of a shard. Ankle gators love shiny things. Can't fight Queen Anne without the proper tools. They say you can't hurt an ankle gator unless it's raining. And it ain't raining. The brushers use their pikes to keep their distance around here. Now the kid can do the same. Sharp sticks make Queen Anne nervous, so she backs off a bit. Those pincushions been living off the ankle gator scraps. Queenie leads the kid into some kind of twisted trap. One bad step in that tall grass and it's Queen Anne's lunch. Still no sign of the shard.
Menino, o que foi isso, gente? Tô até desnorteada. Eu acho que eu mesmo assim eu vou continuar com o machado, cara. Opa. Eu vou ficar com essa arma, velho.
Queen's got one mean bite. He holds his ground. Seems the Queen's running out of options. The closer you get to an ankle gator's lair, the thicker the tall grass grows. Kid's gotta make a run for it. That old gator's right on his tail. Queenie must have scared a bunch of peckers out of hiding. Ankle gators don't much care for their young. That's why there ain't many around.
Opa, beleza, Galaxy. Fica em paz, viu? Te cuida, viu? Obrigado pela
Wanna know how to
presença.
find an ankle gator
Se
lair?
cuida, viu, meu amigo?
You use a kid as bait. The shard's sitting in plain view. Now she's coming for him. She's got nowhere else to go. They say if you run across an ankle gator, you better keep running. That's ankle gator country for you.
Vacilei.
She's starting to get annoyed. Made her mad. Want to get eaten by an ankle gator? You know where to go.
Mentira que eu morri.
Rothus Lagoon. That ain't the sort of place you'd want to go by choice.
Opa, beleza. Tranquilo.
Many a tale folks used to
Eu
scare
acho
their
que já tá no
children
final,
straight
viu?
originated here. All kinds of beasts what don't know up from down, still lurking about. Even the brushers learned to fear this place. They used to think that ankle gators were extinct. Well, they ain't. One of them's been living in the tall grass. Turns out Queen Anne got a hold of a
Eu não vou nem
shard.
perder tempo aqui.
Ankle gators love shiny things.
E aqui é só pra...
The brushers use their
Enrolar
pikes to
mesmo.
keep their distance around here. Now the kid can do the same. They say you can't hurt an ankle gator unless it's raining. And it ain't raining. Sharp sticks make Queen Anne nervous, so she backs off a bit. Those pin cushions been living off the ankle gator's scraps.
Vai, abre.
Queenie leads the kid into some kind of twisted trap. One bad step in that tall grass and it's Queen Anne's lunch. Still no sign of the shard. Bad idea to walk in gator grass. He holds his ground. Seems the queen's running out of options. He takes off after her. The closer you get to an ankle gator's lair, the thicker the tall grass grows. Kid's gotta make a run for it. That old gator's right on his tail. They make a tasty snack. Queen's got one mean bite. Queenie must have scared a bunch of peckers out of hiding. Can't get hasty in a place like this.
Oxi. Nossa, mano, eu caí. Enfim.
Ankle gators don't much care for their young. That's why there ain't many around.
Sério?
Wanna know how to find an ankle gator lair? You use a kid as bait. The shard's sitting in plain view. Now she's coming for him. She's got nowhere else to go. She's starting to get annoyed. Want to get eaten by an ankle gator?
Ah,
You know where to
vacilei,
go.
mano. Vacilei.
Rothus Lagoon.
Não,
That
cara,
ain't
ainda
the
não
sort of
entrei no
place you'd
grupo lá
want
de
to go by
novo.
choice.
Será que essa é a última parte do jogo, mano?
Many a
Deve
tale
ser, né?
folks
Porque
use
olha...
to scare their children straight originated here. All kinds of beasts what don't know up from down, still lurking about. Even the brushers learned to fear this place. They used to think that ankle gators were extinct. Well, they ain't. Turns out Queen Anne got a hold of a shard. Ankle gators love shiny things. They say you can't hurt an ankle gator unless it's raining. And it ain't raining. Know what smells worse than an ankle gator's breath? A stinkweed. The brushers use their pikes to keep their distance round here. Now the kid can do the same. Sharp sticks make Queen Anne nervous, so she backs off a bit. Those pincushions been living off the ankle gator's scraps.
Oi, Ana! Tudo bem? Boa noite. Como você está?
Queenie leads the kid into some kind of twisted trap. One bad step in that tall grass, and he's Queen Anne's lunch. He takes off after her. The closer you get to an ankle gator's lair, the thicker the tall grass grows. The kid's gotta make a run for it. That old gator's right on his tail. Queen's got one mean bite.
Vai, 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 vai. Ixi, meu. Tá
Queenie
feio.
must have scared a bunch of peckers out of hiding. Ankle gators don't much care for their young. That's why there ain't many around.
Eu vou fechar o que você mandou no grupo. Eu vi só as capas
Wanna know how
dos
to
jogos
find an
que a gente
ankle
tava
gator lair?
conversando.
You
Era
use the
isso?
kid as bait.
Ai!
The shard's sitting in plain view. Now she's coming for him. She's got nowhere else to go. They say if you run across an ankle gator, you better keep running. She's starting to get annoyed.
Ai, mano. Ai, que merda.
That's ankle gator country for you.
Tem uma chance ainda. Meu, ele tá indo muito rápido. Vai, senão vai acabar minha vida. Olha, mano, ele tá indo muito mais rápido agora. Putz.
Want to get eaten by an ankle gator? You know where to go. Rotha's Lagoon.
Mano,
That ain't the
não é
sort of place
difícil
you want to
essa
go by
parte.
choice.
É jeito, cara.
Many a tale folks use to scare their children straight originated here. All kinds of beasts what don't know up from down, still lurking about. Even the brushers learned to fear this place. They used to think that ankle gators were extinct. Well, they ain't. One of them's been living in the tall grass. Turns out Queen Anne got a hold of a shard. Ankle gators love shiny things. Can't fight Queen Anne without the proper tools. The brushers use their pikes to keep their distance around here. Now the kid can do the same. Sharp sticks make Queen Anne nervous, so she backs off a bit. Most of those peckers are smart enough to stay out of Queen Anne's way. Kid's got a mean throwing arm. Those pin cushions been living off the ankle gator scraps. Can't get hasty in a place like this. Queen Anne can't fit down some of these narrow paths. Queenie leads the kid into some kind of twisted trap. One
Caramba,
bad
mano,
step
o cara
in
me
that
jogou
tall
longe.
grass, and it's Queen Anne's lunch. Still no sign of the shard. He holds his ground. Seems the queen's running out of options. He takes off after her. The closer you get to an ankle gator's lair, the thicker the tall grass grows. Kid's gotta make a run for it. That old gator's right on his tail. Queenie must have scared a bunch of peckers out of hiding. Ankle gators don't much care for their young. That's why there ain't many around. Wanna know how to find an ankle gator lair? You use a kid as bait. The shard's sitting in plain view. Now she's coming for him. She's got nowhere else to go.
Ai, nossa, que bosta, mano. Caiu.
They say if you run across an ankle gator, you better keep running.
Eu não sei qual dá mais dano.
She's starting to get annoyed.
Tá vendo? Ó, é jeito. Ai, ó, vacilei.
And now he's made her mad. Rest in peace, Queen Anne.
Aê,
That was
aê,
for the
aê.
brushes.
Deu bom. Será que foi, galera? Estranho porque esse jogo não tinha nenhum boss, né?
Kid's done what
Assim,
needed to
foi
be
o
done.
primeiro. E aí? Deu bom, deu bom, deu bom.
Queen Anne's reign is over. We even got a crown jewel. That Gator's a crazy gal, but so is the gal who promised to look after her. They said Queen Anne was just a folktale. Now there's living proof she ain't. Party punch is so zesty, it'll let you carry on through the worst of times. To fix a brusher's pike, you just need a good length of knife bark. He's a spitting image of Slinger Jawson with that pike and them pistols. All that trouble for a single shard. But you know what? It was worth it.
Sim, é verdade.
Ain't saying much, but that's the greatest forge in all the city. That ought to make those fangs sink in nice and deep.
Olha, fica me seguindo.
The next shard should be farther out there in the wilds. Know how Caelondia became the richest city in the world? 2 words. Point Lemaine. If the wild could ever be tamed, it was gonna happen right here. Caelondia lost many good men on the road.
Oxi! Oxi, como assim eu já morri?
The army's triggers
Nossa,
once
que
had the
nada a
place
ver.
on lockdown. Kid might as well pick up where they left off. Blam! Just like my fighting days. Gun like that can even put the wilds in check. Point Lemaine seen better days for sure, but it ain't done. Whole place shudders in a fit. The grand rail of Point Lemaine. Not only is it still there, it still works. Of course, it's no longer shipping hides and alloys and spices, but it can give the kid a lift. Just as long as he can stay clear of the trouble on the tracks. Grand rails all grown over with things the Calamity chewed up and spat out. Things eager to take back their turf. Kid lets a few of them slip by. Lunkheads settled in like they own the place.
Oxi. Nossa, cara, morri fácil.
Takes fancy footwork on the rail, what with wallflowers coughing fungus everywhere. Only one way to cure a cough like that. Place used to be closed off, but now it's split open like a rotten pineapple. Of course, the Grand Rails see much more fight than bygone times. Near on 50 years ago, first shots fired in the Ura-Ceylonian War. It was right here that Zulf's Ura forefathers decided to mix it up. Okay, so maybe we didn't get their sign-off on the whole Grand Rail thing. That was bad. The rail must have shook the Ura to the bone down in those dens of theirs. Well, the rail won't last much longer now that the kid took the shard. It's still got one good run in store for him. All the rotten wood there on the rails turning into swamp weed central. Ever tried dancing side to side while holding your breath? While shooting a genuine registered army carbine? While choking on swamp weed? While peggers trying to prick you in the eye? Well, let me tell you, it ain't fun. He'll be picking swamp weed out of those boots for days.
Ah, tá de boa as costas. Eu tô com... Ai, que bosta, caí.
Turns out he's got
Tô com dor no
company
braço
at the
mesmo.
radio station waiting for him. Not just another wallflower or pincushion, mind you.
Nossa,
At first he
pior que eu
thinks
acho que
it's
aqui deve
Zolf.
ter um boss.
This is for you, says the man. Then wham! When the kid comes to, the man's long gone, but something else is there. Well, what's a kid to do? He took the shard, he took the hit, and he took that note. That note cuts straight to the heart of things, don't it? Finding gourmet ingredients ain't easy these days, but we'll take what we can get.
Então,
The
cara,
note
não
says it
sei.
plain.
Cadê o final desse jogo?
Zia, go east to learn the truth about the calamity and our people. I'll be waiting. Sincerely, Zolf. It ain't too late to unlock the potential of this place. Zolf's messenger was one of his people. Wonder just how many of them survived, and what exactly Zolf told him. That's the way to make every shot count. Sometimes a brusher's pike just ain't enough. That's what the carbine's for. Kid arrives just in time to sample Zia's famous cooking. The Bastion ain't gonna build itself. Well, not entirely. Just the occasion to crack open the distillery's private reserve. He wolfs down too much too fast, and it all goes to his head. I've said a lot about the kid, but he ain't the only one wrapped up in all this. What's he thinking?
Isso aqui nem
Let
faz
me see
parte
if
da
I got
história, eu
this
acho.
straight. I only heard it once. Once there was a normal Ura girl, but she wasn't born in the Tassel terminals like the rest of her people. She was from Zealandia. The shards are getting harder to find.
Se eu não me engano, agora é. Agora é final real, hein?
Not everything blew up in the calamity. Why, Colford Cauldron here blew up way ahead of its time. The cauldron boiled over some 300 years ago. They say it filled the skies with ash and the lakes with molten rock.
Peraí, deixa eu só confirmar um negócio. Nossa, eu amo feijão preto, cara.
If you wanted to survive something like that, you had to learn to adapt. It's awful hot in there. Best to keep out of the cauldron. So, in a way, the beasts of the wilds, they're all survivors too. As for us, we learned an awful lot from Colford Cauldron. The raw power of the world fell right into our hands.
Nossa, isso aqui é a melhor arma do jogo.
Sure, we dusted off a good many secrets out here. But we discovered other things we're better off not
Ah, que
knowing.
droga, eu caí.
The taste of air so hot it sticks to your lungs. All sorts of awful things crawling underfoot. You can cook those things, but you can't eat them. The more ash we swept aside, the more life we found. Place as inhospitable as they come. After all, when we look down inside Colford Cauldron, look down through all the smoke and flames, we saw in there the heart of the world, the heart now laid bare by the calamity. As for the kid, he just has to get that shard out of there.
É bem
Too
boa
bad taking that thing
a arma,
moved
né?
every last
Mas tipo,
stink eye from here to
é bem
Charleston
fortinho
Farm.
até.
Kid's thinking he's got to trek all the way back around the cauldron. Luckily, the cauldron cooked up a little shortcut for him. Sure, it ain't the most convenient path. Biggest stink eye he's ever seen's waiting for him on the other side. Pops open on him like a pimple on a school day. And where there's one stink eye, there's always more. The cauldron's tenants all gather up to bid the kid a fond farewell. Kid don't shed any tears for him, though. The cauldron cooked him through.
Morri.
One thing's worse than the heat in Colford Cauldron. The smell. Like rotten eggs.
Bom, galera, eu queria jogar até zerar, mas meu braço tá doendo muito já. E é isso.
The cauldron
Então,
boiled over some 300 years
amanhã eu
ago.
volto
They
com
say
esse
it filled the
game
skies with ash.
pra gente fazer a parte 2 até zerar, beleza? Então é isso, galera. Espero que tenham gostado. Muito obrigada a todos que compareceu à live. Preciso agradecer demais vocês, galera. Vocês são top. Queria muito fazer até zerar, porém eu acho que ainda falta um pouquinho aí pra zerar, meu povo. Mas é isso, eu vou trazer aí pra vocês depois o final do game, tá? Pra não ficar incompleto. Mas é que realmente meu braço tá doendo muito, galera. Então tá ruim pra jogar já. Beleza? Mas é isso, meu povo. Muito obrigada aí a todos que compareceu na live. E é isso, pessoal. Caso vocês queiram indicar alguma coisa pra eu jogar em live zerando, é só deixar lá no Instagram, beleza? Então é isso, meu povo. Muito obrigada. Até a próxima e tchau, tchau.